Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Moonlight spilled through the ancient stained glass windows of Hogwarts, casting prismatic shadows across the worn stone of the seventh-floor corridor. The castle seemed to breathe in its slumber, settling and creaking as it had for 1,000 years. A living monument to magical history, yet tonight something had changed in the venerable halls. Something that made the very air hum with expectation. Thaddeus Crowley felt it the moment he stepped onto the landing. The seventh-year Ravenclaw paused, his prefect's badge gleaming in a shaft of colored light, while his wand illuminated the worn flagstones beneath his feet. The corridor seemed different somehow, longer, perhaps, or possibly rearranged. Hogwarts was known to shift and change, but this alteration carried an intentional quality, as if the castle itself had made a decision. Curious," he murmured, pushing his wire-rimmed spectacles up the bridge of his nose. His free hand instinctively touched the worn leather journal tucked inside his robes, a habit formed through years of documenting Hogwarts' countless mysteries. That's when he saw it, a portrait that had never been there before. Unlike the other paintings that crowded the castle walls, chattering and moving between frames with cheerful abandon, this one remained utterly still. A solitary figure stood within an ornate silver frame that seemed to absorb the wand light rather than reflect it. The painted man wore formal black robes, adorned with silver embroidery and patterns Thaddeus didn't recognize, his stern countenance framed by a neatly trimmed beard streaked with silver. His eyes, penetrating even in painted form, seemed to follow Thaddeus as he approached. "Hello," Thaddeus said, lowering his wand slightly to avoid blinding the portrait. "I don't believe we've been introduced." The figure remained motionless, offering neither greeting nor acknowledgement. Yet something about those painted eyes suggested awareness and purpose. A sudden movement at the far end of the corridor startled Thaddeus. He raised his wand defensively, illuminating a splash of copper-red hair and a familiar freckled face. Merlin's beard. "Crowley, lower your wand before you blind me," Freya Weasley exclaimed, shielding her eyes with one hand, while the other rested casually on her hip, near her own wand. The Gryffindor's prefect badge caught the light as she approached. "What are you doing up here?" "This isn't your patrol sector tonight. The staircases brought me here," Thaddeus replied absently, his attention returning to the portrait. "And I found this." Freya followed his gaze, her expression shifting from mild irritation to curiosity. "That's new or very old. Who is he?" "He doesn't speak," Thaddeus explained, studying the painted figure more closely. But look at the inscription beneath the portrait. Tarnished silver letters spelled out a name that made Freya's eyebrows rise. Arcturus Nigellus Black, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, 1711-1716. "Black?" Freya whispered, leaning closer. "I've studied the headmaster lineage for history of magic. There's no Arcturus Black listed." "Precisely," Thaddeus agreed, excitement coloring his normally measured tones. "A headmaster erased from history. The question is, why?" By morning, the portrait had become common knowledge throughout Hogwarts. Students gathered in whispering clusters, speculation running wild. The portrait maintained its unnerving silence. though many swore they had seen it move between frames when no one was looking directly at it. Coinciding with the portrait's appearance, strange occurrences plagued the castle. The grand staircase rearranged itself with unprecedented frequency, often leading students to corridors they'd never seen before. Doors that had always opened to broom cupboards now revealed glimpses of rooms that vanished when approached. Most troubling, several powerful magical artifacts had disappeared from their display cases, including Rowena Ravenclaw's star charts and a set of enchanted keys said to have belonged to Helga Hufflepuff. In the Great Hall at breakfast, Thaddeus found himself staring at the bewitched ceiling, which today showed not the actual weather outside, but a strange cosmic alignment that made his head ache when viewed too long. He was so preoccupied that he barely noticed when someone slipped onto the bench beside him, someone who definitely didn't belong at the Ravenclaw table. "Crowley," said Scorpius Knott, his voice low enough that only Thaddeus could hear. The Slytherin's pale features were set in their customary mask of aristocratic indifference, but his eyes betrayed tension. "We need to talk about the portrait." Thaddeus raised an eyebrow. "And why would you be interested in historical anomalies?" "Not. I wasn't aware you could read anything more complex than Quidditch scores." A flicker of annoyance crossed Scorpius's face before his composure returned. "Amusing. But you might be interested to know that I recognize some of the silver patterns on Black's robes." He glanced around before continuing. "They're binding sigils, ancient magic used to contain powerful artifacts. My family has a collection of similar designs." Before Thaddeus could respond, Freya appeared behind them, arms crossed and expression thunderous. "Whatever you're plotting, not..." "He knows something about the portrait," Thaddeus interrupted, giving Freya a meaningful look. For all her brilliance with a wand, the youngest Weasley had inherited her family's legendary suspicion of anything connected to Slytherin House. Scorpius smiled thinly. "How gracious of you to intercede, Crowley. Perhaps there's hope for inter-house cooperation after all." He stood smoothly. Restricted section. Midnight. The castle's secrets aren't going to reveal themselves in the Great Hall. The restricted section of the Hogwarts library dwelled in perpetual twilight, illuminated only by enchanted lanterns that cast more shadows than light. Ancient tomes lined shelves that stretched toward vaulted ceilings, many secured with chains or magical bindings that hummed with warning when approached without permission. Thaddeus arrived first, using his prefect privileges to gain entry. Freya appeared minutes later, slipping through the door with practiced stealth that spoke of her family's legendary disregard for certain school rules. Scorpius was the last to arrive, somehow managing to make even sneaking look dignified. "Well," Freya demanded without preamble, "what's so important it couldn't wait until morning?" In response, Scorpius produced an ancient, leather-bound volume from inside his robes. Its cover bore no title, only a family crest that featured a raven perched atop a crescent moon. "This is from my family's private collection," he explained, setting it carefully on a reading table. "It contains genealogical records that aren't included in the official histories." The book opened at his touch, pages turning of their own accord until they settled on an entry dated 1716. Thaddeus leaned closer, adjusting his spectacles as he read aloud. "Upon the mysterious disappearance of Headmaster Arcturus Black, all references to his tenure were removed from official records by order of the Ministry. His contributions to the study of contained dimensions remain sealed within the Department of Mysteries." "Contained dimensions," Freya echoed, frowning. "What does that mean?" Thaddeus's eyes widened as connections formed in his quick mind. Spaces that exist between spaces, magically expanded rooms, vanishing cabinets, extension charms. Black must have been researching ways to create or access such dimensions, and the Ministry didn't approve, Scorpius added, his finger tracing further down the page. According to this, they feared he had discovered a way to access the Nethervoid, a dimension where magic operates under different laws. They claimed such access could destabilize the barriers between worlds. A sudden chill permeated the restricted section, making the lanterns flicker. The three students drew closer together instinctively as a shadow passed across the nearest window, too large and too fluid to be merely a cloud crossing the moon. "The portrait," Thaddeus whispered, a new understanding dawning. "It's not just a painting, it's a doorway." Over the following days, the three unlikely allies pieced together the forgotten history of Arcturus Black. Library archives yielded fragments of his research disguised as mundane school records. Conversations with older ghosts provided cryptic references to the director who sought what lies between. Most tellingly, careful observation revealed that objects continued to vanish throughout the castle, always when the silent portrait was briefly empty. Their breakthrough came when Freya, whose talent for dueling was matched only by her skill in magical detection, discovered a hidden section of the library concealed behind a bookshelf that only appeared on the third chime of midnight. The hidden chamber beyond contained a desk covered in star charts, meticulously annotated in a spidery hand. A massive astrolabe of silver and crystal dominated the center of the room, its countless arms tracking celestial movements far more complex than the planets and stars visible from Earth. "These aren't constellations," Thaddeus realized, studying the charts with growing excitement. "They're dimensional coordinates, maps to navigate between worlds." Scorpius approached a glass cabinet along the far wall, which contained a single item, a silver key adorned with the same binding sigils that decorated Arcturus Black's robes in the portrait. "The clavis dimensia," he breathed, recognition in his eyes. "And my grandfather mentioned it once, said the Dark Lords sought it during the First War, but never found it." "For good reason," came a new voice from the chamber entrance. The three students whirled to find Headmistress McGonagall standing there, her lined face grave in the dim light. "That key opens doors that were never meant to be opened." Before any of them could respond, a sudden tremor shook the castle to its foundations. Dust rained from ancient beams as books tumbled from shelves. Through the single window of the hidden chamber, they could see the night sky rippling like disturbed water, stars blinking in and out of existence. "It's starting," McGonagall said, her voice calm despite the urgency in her eyes. "The dimensional barriers are weakening. We must return the key to its guardian before the Nethervoid breaches our reality." "The portrait," Thaddeus concluded. "Arcturus Black isn't forgotten. He's fulfilling his duty. The portrait is both prison and watchtower." Understanding passed between the four of them as another, stronger tremor shook the castle. Without further discussion, Scorpius carefully removed the key from its cabinet while Freya cast protective enchantments around their small group. Thaddeus consulted the star charts one last time, committing crucial coordinates to memory. Together, they navigated the shifting corridors of Hogwarts, racing against a castle that seemed determined to prevent their progress. Staircases moved away as they approached, doors vanished only to reappear behind them. The very stones beneath their feet grew unstable, rippling like the disturbed surface of a pond. When they finally reached the 7th floor corridor, they found it transformed. The walls stretched away into impossible distance, lined with hundreds of portraits, each containing the silent figure of Arcturus Black, watching them with those penetrating painted eyes. "Which one is the real entrance?" Freya demanded, raising her wand as the corridor continued to elongate around them. Thaddeus closed his eyes, recalling the star charts. When he opened them again, he pointed to a portrait that seemed no different from the others. Dial that one. The coordinates align with the current position of the celestial needle. As Scorpius approached the portrait with the silver key, the painted figure of Arcturus Black moved for the first time, inclining his head in silent acknowledgement. The Slytherin inserted the key into the frame's lock, which had appeared the moment he drew near. The portrait swung open, revealing not the solid stone wall that should have been behind it, but a swirling vortex of silver and shadow. From within that impossible space came a whisper that somehow reached all their minds simultaneously. The Guardian returns. The breach is sealed. The cycle continues. As the portrait slowly closed itself, the silent figure of Arcturus Black resumed its vigilant pose, a solitary sentinel guarding the threshold between dimensions. One by one, the duplicate portraits vanished until only the original remained, indistinguishable from any other painting in the ancient castle, save for the knowing depth in its painted eyes. The tremors subsided. The corridors returned to their proper proportions. Throughout Hogwarts, the missing artifacts reappeared in their rightful places, as if they had never been gone. In the days that followed, most students forgot the brief excitement of the mysterious portrait. Memories shifted like the castle's staircases, rearranging themselves into more comfortable configurations. Even the official school records, when consulted, showed no gap in the headmaster lineage where Arcturus Black should have been. But 3 students, a Ravenclaw, a Gryffindor, and a Slytherin, sometimes paused when passing the 7th floor corridor, exchanging glances of shared understanding when they noticed the portrait watching them in its eternal silence. For they alone remembered the truth, that some secrets were best left guarded, and some doors were never meant to be opened again. Story 2. The ancient trees of the Forbidden Forest stirred beneath a gibbous moon, their gnarled branches swaying without wind, deep within their shadows, where even the bravest centaurs rarely ventured. A forgotten circle of stone sentinels trembled. Lichen-covered for centuries, these monolithic guardians had stood watch since the time of the founders, their purpose long forgotten by the inhabitants of Hogwarts Castle. Tonight, as autumn surrendered to winter's first breath, emerald light pulsed through the veins of stone, awakening what had slept for half a millennium. In the Slytherin dormitory beneath the Black Lake, Ilara Blackwood jolted awake, her slender fingers clutching the silver medallion that never left her throat. The ancient piece, a coiled serpent embracing a tree in eternal union, burned against her skin, its usual cool metal now thrumming with an energy that matched her racing heartbeat. Outside the enchanted windows that revealed the lake's murky depths, a school of luminescent fish scattered in sudden fear as something enormous and ancient moved through the water, something that should not be there. "It's happening again," Ilara whispered to the darkness, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. The dreams had plagued her since the term began, visions of the forest awakening, of stone turning to flesh, of creatures both magnificent and terrible emerging from earth and shadow. Each morning, she had dismissed them as mere nightmares, products of an imagination too vibrant for her own good. But the burning medallion and the fear radiating from the creatures of the lake told a different story. The 16-year-old witch slipped from her bed, pale feet silent against the cold stone floor. Unlike her dormmates, daughters of prestigious magical families who flaunted their heritage like peacocks, Ilara had learned early to move unseen. The Blackwood name carried little weight in modern wizarding society, their ancient ties to the natural world dismissed as primitive magic better left to history books. But tonight, as her medallion pulsed with warning, Ilara felt the weight of that heritage pressing upon her shoulders, like a prophecy finally coming due. The following morning dawned crisp and bright, belying the ominous awakening that had disturbed Ilara's sleep. The Great Hall buzzed with excitement as students prepared for the opening ceremony of the annual house tournament, a tradition implemented after the Battle of Hogwarts to foster inter-house unity through competition less divisive than Quidditch. Ilara sat alone at the end of the Slytherin table, absently stirring porridge she had no intention of eating. The medallion had cooled against her skin, but still hummed with unfamiliar energy. Her attention drifted toward the enchanted ceiling, where perfect blue skies were interrupted by a single cloud that seemed oddly stationary above the forbidden forest. Plotting world domination, Blackwood. The voice, warm with barely suppressed laughter, belonged to Artemis Longbottom. The Gryffindor prefect stood with casual confidence beside the Slytherin table, his untidy brown hair and friendly eyes a stark contrast to his imposing height. A descendant of war heroes, Artemis carried his legacy with humble grace rather than arrogance, a quality that had always intrigued Ilara, despite the traditional rivalry between their houses. "If I were," she replied with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, "you'd be the last to know." Artemis studied her with unexpected intensity, his gaze lingering on the medallion visible above her collar. "Interesting heirloom," he remarked. "Nah, my grandmother has books about such things. Ancient family talismans connected to natural magic. They're said to awaken when their purpose is needed." Before Ilara could respond, Headmistress Clearwater's voice rang through the hall, announcing the commencement of the tournament. Students rose in a wave of black robes trimmed with house colors, flowing toward the great oak doors and the grounds beyond. Artemis hesitated, then leaned closer to Ilara. "The forest is changing," he whispered. "Grandmother's venomous tentacula is growing at twice its normal rate. The Thestrals have abandoned their usual clearing, and Hagrid's successor found a centaur herd standing guard around the stone circle in the heart of the woods." He straightened, his expression unreadable. "Just thought you should know, Guardian." The title, one no one had used for a Blackwood in generations, struck Ilara like a physical blow. As Artemis walked away, the medallion at her throat pulsed once, violently, as if in recognition of a truth Ilara herself had yet to accept. The first disappearance occurred during the opening ceremony. A third-year Hufflepuff named Elliot Finch simply vanished from the formation of yellow-robed students on the Quidditch pitch. One moment present, the next gone, not with the distinctive crack of apparition impossible within Hogwarts grounds, but with a strange rippling of the air, as if reality itself had momentarily thinned. By evening, search parties had found nothing. Professors spoke in hushed tones outside classrooms, while prefects enforced an early curfew. Magical barriers around the Forbidden Forest were strengthened, though no one could say with certainty that the disappearance was connected to the increasingly strange behavior of the forest creatures. Ilara knew better. Her medallion had flared at the exact moment of Elliot's disappearance, sending a jolt of warning through her body that left her fingertips tingling with residual magic. That night, her dreams were more vivid than ever, stone sentinels walking on newly formed legs, ancient roots pulling themselves from the earth like the tentacles of some massive creature, and at the center of it all, a cloaked figure with a face obscured by shadow, directing the awakening with deliberate purpose. She awoke to find her medallion hovering inches above her chest, suspended by its own magic rather than the silver chain that normally held it. As her fingers closed around it, images flashed through her mind, a map of tunnels beneath the forest, pathways unknown even to the centaurs who had roamed there for centuries. Without conscious decision, Ilara found herself dressing in the pre-dawn darkness. Her wand, Rowan Wood, with a core of Thunderbird tail feather, unusually responsive to natural magic, practically jumped into her hand from the nightstand, eager for what lay ahead. The common room should have been empty at this hour, yet a tall figure stood by the emerald-tinted windows that looked out into the lake. Professor Thorin Drake, the newly appointed potions master and head of Slytherin House, turned as she entered. His normally stern features were set in an expression Ilara couldn't quite read. "Miss Blackwood," he said quietly, "I believe it's well past curfew." "Or well before dawn," she countered, hand instinctively covering her medallion. "Either way, I couldn't sleep." Drake's eyes followed the movement of her hand. "The Blackwood talisman," he observed. "I wondered if it might be responding to recent events." Ilara stiffened. "You know about my family's medallion?" "I know a great deal about ancient magical artifacts," Drake replied, his tone neutral, yet somehow urgent. "Including those connected to the guardianship of magical nexuses, such as the one beneath the Forbidden Forest that has remained dormant since Salazar Slytherin himself helped seal it." The revelation should have shocked Ilara, yet it settled into her mind with the comfortable weight of truth finally spoken aloud. "The disappearance," she began, "is only the beginning," Drake confirmed. The stone sentinels were created to protect Hogwarts from what lies beneath the forest, a wellspring of primordial magic that predates the founders. When controlled, it strengthened the castle's protections. Uncontrolled, he trailed off, then appeared to come to a decision. "Your family were the designated guardians of that power for centuries. But after the last magical war, when so many ancient practices were abandoned in favor of more modern magic, the guardianship was forgotten," Ilara finished, pieces falling into place. "And now something, or someone, is awakening that power without the proper safeguards," Drake nodded grimly, "and using it to take students." A sudden disturbance rippled through the water beyond the windows, fish scattering in panic as a massive shadow moved past. Both Ilara and Drake turned to witness a stone figure, vaguely humanoid, but twisted by root and vine, pressing a misshapen hand against the glass. Recognition flared in its crude features as it stared at Ilara's medallion. "They've breached the lake tunnels," Drake whispered. "We have less time than I thought." Dawn found Ilara and Professor Drake at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, joined by an unlikely ally. Artemis Longbottom had intercepted them near the greenhouses, herbology textbooks under his arm, despite the early hour. "My grandmother's journals," he explained without preamble. "They mention the Blackwood Guardians and their connection to the forest nexus. If you're planning to do something about the awakening, you'll need someone who understands magical plants. The nexus manifests primarily through vegetation." Drake appeared ready to dismiss the Gryffindor, but Ilara intervened. "He's right. The Longbottoms have always had an affinity for herbology that complements the Blackwood connection to magical creatures. In the old days, our families worked together." As if summoned by her words, a magnificent thestral emerged from the forest shadows, tossing its skeletal head in agitation. To Ilara's surprise, both Artemis and Drake tensed at the creature's appearance, suggesting they shared the experience of witnessing death, the prerequisite for seeing these phantom horses. The thestral approached Ilara, lowering its head to nudge gently at her medallion. Images flooded her mind, stone guardians converging on a central clearing, students suspended in crystal formations that pulsed with siphoned magic, and at the center of it all, "Professor Sullivan," she gasped, recognizing the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher in the mental image. "He's controlling the sentinels, using the nexus to harvest magical energy from the students." Drake's expression darkened. Augustus Sullivan was a researcher in the Department of Mysteries before coming to Hogwarts. His specialty was harnessing ambient magical energy from magical creatures and plants. And what greater source of ambient magic than students in a magical school? Artemis concluded, his normally cheerful face grim. The thestral pawed the ground impatiently, then turned and walked deliberately toward a nearly invisible path leading deep into the forest. Its intention was clear. Follow. Ilara touched her medallion, feeling ancestral knowledge awakening within her blood. The Guardians always worked in triads, she said with newfound certainty. Creature speaker, plant tender, and potion master, representing the three fundamental aspects of natural magic. Together, we might have a chance. As they followed the thestral into the ancient woods, the trees seemed to bend away from Ilara, recognizing the guardian medallion she wore. Creatures normally hidden from human sight revealed themselves briefly, bowtruckles peering from tree hollows, fairy colonies glowing like nervous constellations among the branches, even a glimpse of unicorn flanks retreating deeper into shadow. The stone circle, when they reached it, pulsed with unnatural green light. 7 crystal formations surrounded it, each containing a suspended student, their life energy visibly draining into the nexus at the center. Professor Sullivan stood with arms upraised, channeling the harvested magic into a staff topped with an emerald that matched the color of the light. "Ah, the last guardian arrives," he called, his voice oddly distorted by the magic saturating the air. "How fitting that you bring the triad components with you. Your ancestors understood the balance needed to control this power, a lesson modern wizardry has forgotten in its reliance on wands and simplified incantations." Ilara stepped forward, her medallion blazing with silver light that countered the sickly green of the nexus. "Release them, Professor. This magic isn't meant to be harvested, it's meant to protect." Sullivan laughed, the sound echoing unnaturally among the ancient stones. Protect? From what? The greatest threats to wizard kind have always been ignorance and stagnation. With this power, I will revolutionize magical education, create a new generation of witches and wizards connected directly to the source of all magic. As he spoke, the stone sentinels converged on the circle, their crude features twisted in expressions of reluctant servitude. Ilara could feel their ancient consciousness reaching toward her, seeking liberation from the commands that bound them. With sudden clarity, she understood what needed to be done. "Artemis," she whispered, "the plants connecting the stones. They're conduits. If you can communicate with them, redirect their growth." The Gryffindor nodded, kneeling to press his hands against the earth, eyes closed in concentration. Immediately, the twisted vines linking the stone sentinels began to pulse with golden light, distinct from Sullivan's corrupted green. "Professor Drake," Ilara continued, "the Nexus responds to intent carried through substance. A potion directly applied to the central stone would disrupt the channeling," Drake confirmed, already withdrawing vials from his robes, essence of murtlap combined with powdered moonstone. "It should create the necessary interference." As her allies moved into position, Ilara closed her eyes and reached toward the consciousness of the stone sentinels. Unlike her usual communication with living creatures, this required deeper magic, the birthright of her bloodline, awakening fully now in response to the threat. "Und stone guardians," she intoned, her voice carrying the authority of generations of Blackwood guardians before her, "remember your true purpose, not to harvest, but to protect, not to serve, but to guard. Return to your sacred duty." The medallion at her throat blazed with blinding silver light, forming a conduit between Ilara and the ancient sentinels. Through it flowed not just communication, but recognition, an acknowledgement of authority and purpose renewed. Sullivan shouted in alarm as the stone figures turned toward him. their movements now fluid and purposeful rather than jerky and forced. Drake seized the moment to dash forward, flinging the contents of his combined potions onto the central stone. The nexus flared with chaotic energy as the potion disrupted Sullivan's control. Artemis, still kneeling with hands pressed to earth, gave a triumphant cry as golden light raced through the forest floor. The twisted vines binding the stone sentinels unfurled and reformed, creating a protective lattice around the suspended students as the crystals imprisoning them began to crack. With a final desperate effort, Sullivan raised his staff to strike at Ilara, but froze mid-motion as the stone sentinels surrounded him. Their ancient magic, guided by Ilara's awakened guardianship, recognized the true threat and responded accordingly. Stone hands closed around Sullivan, not crushing but containing, forming a living prison around the corrupted professor. As the nexus stabilized under the renewed protection of its proper guardians, the crystal formations shattered completely. Artemis rushed to catch the falling students, plant vines responding to his direction to create soft landing cradles. Drake moved among them, administering restorative potions to each in turn. Ilara stood at the center of the circle, her medallion still glowing, but now with a steady, comforting light rather than the urgent blaze of battle. The stone sentinels returned to their original positions, once again appearing as nothing more than weather-worn monoliths to untrained eyes, though Ilara could now perceive the watchful consciousness within each one. "The triad is restored," Drake observed quietly, coming to stand beside her. For the first time in generations, Artemis joined them, supporting a groggy Elliot Finch. "What happens now, Guardian?" he asked, addressing Ilara with the same title he had used in the Great Hall, though now she understood it was not coincidence, but recognition that had prompted it. Ilara touched her medallion, feeling the connection it provided not just to the stone sentinels and the nexus beneath, but to the very magic that had flowed through Hogwarts since its founding. "Now," she said with quiet certainty, "we learn what it truly means to protect this place and all the magic it contains." Around them, the Forbidden Forest settled into a new equilibrium, ancient powers rebalanced, primordial magic once again properly channeled through its appointed guardians. And at the edge of the stone circle, a magnificent silver doe appeared briefly, observing the renewed triad with approval before vanishing into the dawn light, a spirit guardian acknowledging the next generation of those who would keep watch over the hidden heart of Hogwarts. Story 3. The crystal dome of the Ministry of Magic's celestial chamber fractured the waning sunlight into 1,000 dancing prisms as the solstice ritual reached its crescendo. Ancient runes etched into the marble floor began to pulse with golden light, their forgotten meanings awakening after centuries of slumber. Minister Weasley raised the ceremonial staff, a tradition observed since the ministry's founding, expecting nothing more than the usual display of harmonic magic that signified the turning of seasons. Instead, the air crackled with sudden power. The staff in his hands turned midnight black, its tip erupting into flames that burned without heat or smoke, their color shifting between deepest violet and obsidian. From within this impossible fire emerged the silhouette of a bird, wings spread in majesty, yet somehow wrong, as if viewed through a mirror that inverted not just image, but essence. "When 5 are marked by ancient sign, the phoenix black shall rise again," intoned a voice that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere. "What once was light shall turn to shadow, what once was truth become deception. Only the catalysts together may prevent the great inversion." The flames collapsed inward, leaving the chamber in darkness save for the glowing runes on the floor, which now formed a pattern none present had ever seen. 5 interconnected symbols representing elements not of the natural world, but of magic itself. In the sudden silence, no one noticed 17-year-old Lyra Potter Granger pressing her hand against her collarbone, where skin burned with newfound fire beneath her ceremonial robes. Lyra stood before the window of her childhood bedroom, moonlight illuminating the constellation charts and magical diagrams that covered her walls. Despite her mother's renowned logical mind and her father's instinctive bravery, Lyra had always felt caught between worlds, too analytical for reckless courage, too intuitive for pure logic. Now, as she studied her reflection, the strange markings that had appeared during the solstice ceremony seemed to emphasize this duality. Intricate runes spiraled from her collarbone toward her left shoulder, shimmering with inner light when touched by moonbeams. They weren't tattoos or burns, but something more fundamental, as if the magic in her blood had chosen to write itself upon her skin. An urgent tapping at her window drew her attention. A ministry owl hovered outside, a letter bearing the official seal clutched in its talons. She opened it with trembling fingers, already suspecting its contents. "Ms. Potter Granger," it read in Headmistress McGonagall's precise script. "Oh, your presence is required at Hogwarts immediately. For your safety and the safety of others, please tell no one of the marks that have appeared. The Hogwarts Express will make a special journey tomorrow at dawn. Bring only what you cannot live without." The letter burst into harmless blue flames the moment she finished reading, leaving behind only the faint scent of mountain air. Lyra closed her eyes, conflict warring within her. She had completed her education at Hogwarts months ago, graduating with honors that had made both her famous parents proud. Now, instead of beginning her apprenticeship at the Department of Mysteries as planned, she was being called back to school like a child. Yet beneath her frustration burned curiosity, the inheritance from both her parents that had always defined her most strongly. Something ancient had awakened, and somehow she was connected to it. The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet under the morning sun, steam billowing from its stack despite the lack of visible crew. Lyra boarded hesitantly, finding the train nearly empty save for 4 other passengers scattered through different compartments. A compulsion she couldn't explain drove her toward the last car, where a familiar face stared out the window. "Caspian Malfoy," she acknowledged, taking the seat across from him. "I'd say this is a surprise, but somehow it isn't." The young man turned from the window, silver eyes, the unmistakable mark of his lineage, widening slightly at her presence. Unlike his ancestors' sleek platinum hair, Caspian's was raven black, a trait inherited from his mother's Chinese ancestry. The contrast made the paleness of his skin and eyes all the more striking. "Potter Granger," he returned coolly, though tension underlined his customary composure. "I suppose if anyone else was going to be dragged into this mess, it would be you." Without explanation, he tugged down the collar of his immaculate robes, revealing runes identical to Lyra's, but positioned over his right shoulder instead of his left. His markings glowed with the same internal light, though the pattern seemed somehow inverted. The compartment door slid open before Lyra could respond. 3 more students entered, each bearing expressions that mixed confusion, apprehension, and the dawning recognition that they shared some strange connection. Alessandra Longbottom, a Hufflepuff with her grandmother's warm eyes and her grandfather's quiet determination, nodded to Lyra before taking a seat. Twins Freya and Fenrir Scamander completed the group, the former a sharp-witted Ravenclaw who had served as head girl alongside Lyra, the latter a Gryffindor whose wild spirit and affinity for magical creatures had made him something of a legend in the care of magical creatures classes. Without prompting, each revealed markings similar to Lyra's and Caspian's, though positioned differently. Alessandra's spiraled around her left wrist, Freya's encircled her right ankle, and Fenrir's wrapped around his neck like a torque. 5 students, Freya observed, her analytical mind already calculating possibilities, 1 from each house. 4 houses, Caspian corrected with a frown. 5, insisted a new voice as the compartment door opened once more. The woman who entered moved with the fluid grace of a duelist, her burgundy robes embroidered with subtle protective sigils rather than decorative patterns. Though perhaps 40, her face bore the timeless quality of one who had stepped outside the normal flow of years. A jagged scar bisected her left cheek, disappearing beneath an eye patch adorned with runes similar to those marked upon the students. Professor Nymeria Moonshadow, she introduced herself, taking the remaining seat. Recently appointed to fill the vacancy in defense against the dark arts, less recently, a student of Ravenclaw and Slytherin houses. That's impossible, Caspian scoffed. And no one attends 2 houses. Many things once thought impossible are merely forgotten history, she replied evenly. Just as the Black Phoenix was forgotten until 3 nights ago. Lyra leaned forward. The voice in the celestial chamber mentioned a great inversion. What does that mean? It means, Professor Moonshadow said gravely, that everything magical is in danger of being reversed, healing spells that cause harm, protective charms that invite danger, potions of clarity bringing madness, the very foundation of magical society, transformed into its opposite. Outside the window, the Scottish countryside gave way to mist-shrouded mountains as the Hogwarts Express traveled its enchanted route faster than any Muggle train could manage. Within the compartment, 5 marked students exchanged glances of mingled disbelief and dawning horror. "As why us?" Alessandra finally asked, her voice small but steady. Professor Moonshadow's single visible eye, amber as a wolf's, studied each of them in turn. "Because you 5 represent a unique convergence. The descendants of those who shaped modern magical Britain, carrying bloodlines both celebrated and controversial, united by something even your remarkable ancestors never achieved: balance between opposing forces." From within her robes, she produced a book bound in leather so ancient it had turned almost black with age. Its cover bore no title, only a beautifully etched phoenix with wings spread wide, but inverted, flying downward instead of up. "This is the only known text concerning the Black Phoenix," she explained. "Centuries ago, the Department of Mysteries sealed it away, deeming its knowledge too dangerous. I liberated it when the prophecy awakened." The Great Hall of Hogwarts stood empty of all but their small party when they arrived, the enchanted ceiling reflecting not the true sky outside, but a strange cosmic alignment, visible only through magical perception. Headmistress McGonagall awaited them at the staff table, her lined face grave as she surveyed the 5 marked students. "Miss Potter Granger," she acknowledged with a nod that held affection beneath its formality. "Mr. Malfoy, Miss Longbottom, Miss and Mr. Scamander, I wish we were meeting under happier circumstances." She gestured to the empty hall around them. "The other students will not return for another month. Until then, you 5 will train here under Professor Moonshadow's guidance. The Ministry believes, and I concur, that your safety is best assured within these walls." "Our safety?" Fenrir questioned, his hand unconsciously rising to the markings on his neck. "Or everyone else's?" The headmistress's expression softened slightly. "Both, Mr. Scamander." "Both." Over the following weeks, the 5 marked students discovered powers awakening within them that defied conventional magical understanding. Lyra found herself able to perceive the invisible currents of magic that flowed through Hogwarts, ley lines of power that had sustained the castle for centuries. Caspian developed the unsettling ability to temporarily negate any spell cast in his presence. Alessandra's affinity for plants evolved into something more primal, communion with the very essence of growth and decay. The Scamander twins manifested complementary gifts. Freya could untangle the structure of even the most complex enchantments, while Fenrir could sense the emotional imprint left on objects by their previous owners, a form of psychometry that proved both blessing and curse within a castle centuries old. Professor Moonshadow pushed them relentlessly, teaching forgotten forms of magic that required neither wand nor incantation, but rather the harmonization of their 5 distinct energies. The ancient book revealed fragments of the Black Phoenix's previous awakening, cryptic accounts of chaos narrowly averted, of 5 who had stood against the inversion but at terrible cost. The Black Phoenix isn't evil, Moonshadow explained one evening, as they practiced in the Room of Requirement, which had transformed itself into a chamber whose walls displayed the same runic patterns as their markings. No, it's a cosmic correction, a balancing force that emerges when magic itself becomes too stable, too predictable. That sounds like something we'd want to prevent, not hasten, Lyra observed, concentrating on the magical current she was attempting to redirect. Indeed, but the Black Phoenix will come regardless of our wishes, Moonshadow replied. Our task is not to prevent its arrival, but to channel its transformative power into controlled change rather than chaotic destruction. As summer waned and their powers grew, tensions emerged within the group. Caspian, bearing generations of Malfoy pride and ambition, chafed under the constant reminder of his family's darker history. Fenrir's growing sensitivity to emotional imprints left him increasingly withdrawn. Alessandra struggled to contain the primal magic awakening within her, while Freya's analytical mind calculated their chances of success with increasingly grim results. Only Lyra seemed to thrive, her dual heritage, logical and intuitive, allowing her to bridge the growing divides among them. Yet each night, as the others slept, she studied her markings in the mirror and noticed them darkening, spreading incrementally across her skin like an ember slowly catching flame. The night before the autumn equinox, Professor Moonshadow summoned them to the astronomy tower. Above, stars aligned in patterns recorded in the ancient book, heralding the Black Phoenix's imminent arrival. Tomorrow, the inversion begins, she said without preamble. And we've prepared as much as possible, but you should know the truth before we face it. One of you is different from the others. One of you isn't merely a conduit for the Phoenix's power, but its catalyst, the vessel through which the inversion must either be channeled safely or prevented entirely. 5 pairs of eyes met in the starlight, trust built over weeks of training suddenly fracturing under the weight of suspicion. Now how can we know which one? Alessandra whispered. Professor Moonshadow touched the rune-marked eye patch covering her left eye. I've seen the catalyst with this, my sacrifice from the last awakening. I was one of the 5, 25 years ago. We succeeded, but not without cost. Her gaze settled on Lyra, whose markings now glowed visibly through her robes. I'm sorry, she said softly. When the Phoenix has chosen you, just as it chose your grandmother before you. As the others stared in shock, Lyra felt a strange calm settle over her. Deep down, she had always known the burns when the marks first appeared, the dreams of flight and fire, the sense of something ancient stirring within her blood, older than her parents' legacy, older even than Hogwarts itself. What happens if I refuse? She asked quietly. Uncontrolled inversion. Magic itself turned upside down, chaos beyond imagining. Moonshadow answered. But if you accept, if you allow yourself to become the vessel through which the Phoenix's power is channeled and guided by the four guardians, you might survive. Your grandmother didn't. In the silence that followed, Caspian stepped forward, his customary arrogance replaced by quiet determination. But then we'll do better this time. He extended his hand toward Lyra, his own markings glowing in response to hers. Potter Granger, I think our families have been on opposite sides long enough. One by one, the others joined hands, forming a circle around Lyra as their markings illuminated the tower with eldritch light. Above them, the stars aligned into the unmistakable shape of a phoenix diving toward Earth, its cosmic fire promising both destruction and rebirth. Tomorrow, we make our stand, Lyra said, feeling the power of the Black Phoenix rising within her, terrible and beautiful, chaotic yet purposeful. Not for ourselves, not for our families' legacies, but for the future we choose to create. And in that moment of unity, as 5 marked souls stood beneath the constellation of the diving phoenix, the first feather of black fire materialized in the air above them, harbinger of the trial to come and of destinies still unfolding. Story 4. Ancient stones groaned beneath Hogwarts Castle as if the very foundations were awakening from a 1,000-year slumber. Deep in the labyrinthine dungeons, where Slytherin House had made its home for centuries, Professor Orion Black steadied himself against a cold stone wall as the tremors intensified. His pale fingers, long and elegant, perfect for the delicate art of potion-making, splayed against the serpentine carvings that had witnessed generations of ambitious young witches and wizards pass through these halls. The magical earthquake had begun during the renovation of the Slytherin Common Room, a project Orion had championed despite the misgivings of older faculty members who viewed any change to Hogwarts with suspicion. Now, as ancient masonry shifted and dust rained from the vaulted ceilings, he wondered if their caution had been justified. "Everyone out!" he commanded, his voice carrying the unmistakable authority of someone born to the noble and most ancient House of Black. The renovation crew and curious students scrambled toward the exit as the tremors intensified. Only when the last of them had cleared the chamber did Orion notice the fissure appearing in the far wall, a jagged line of darkness that spread like black lightning across the ancient stonework. The wall wasn't crumbling, it was opening. His instinct screamed danger, but the scholar in him, the part that had defied his family's dark legacy to pursue knowledge instead of power, propelled him forward. As he approached, the fissure widened to reveal not damaged stonework, but a perfectly crafted archway emerging from the wall itself, as if the castle were rearranging its very structure. Beyond the archway lay darkness so complete it seemed to devour the light from his wand. The tremors subsided as suddenly as they had begun, leaving an expectant silence broken only by the soft drip of water from distant pipes. "Lumos Maxima," Orion whispered, and the tip of his ebony wand blazed with silver-blue light, illuminating a chamber that should not exist. The room was octagonal, its walls adorned with intricate carvings of serpents that seemed to writhe in the wandlight. At its center stood a pedestal of black marble, and upon it rested a book, ancient and imposing, bound in what appeared to be basilisk hide, its cover emblazoned with a silver S that gleamed with an inner light of its own. "The Grimoire of Salazar Slytherin," Orion breathed, his voice barely audible even to himself. As if responding to its name, the book pulsed with emerald light. Simultaneously, beneath the sleeve of his left arm, Orion felt a familiar burning sensation, the forbidden mark branded onto his skin in childhood by zealots who had claimed to serve the true heir of Slytherin. The mark he had spent his adult life hiding, both physically and spiritually. He took a step closer, transfixed by the ancient tome, when a sharp voice cut through his fascination. "And step away from that book, Professor Black." Morgana McGonagall stood in the doorway, her tall figure silhouetted against the lights of the dungeon corridor beyond. The grandniece of the legendary Minerva McGonagall had inherited not only her aunt's talent for transfiguration, but also her unwavering moral compass and piercing gaze. "Professor McGonagall," Orion acknowledged, neither stepping away from the grimoire nor moving closer. "I was just about to call for the headmaster." Her eyes, as green as the Slytherin banners that adorned the walls above, narrowed slightly. "Were you indeed? How fortunate I happened to be checking the structural integrity of the lower levels when the tremors began." Their relationship had been strained since Orion's appointment 5 years earlier. Morgana had never openly opposed him, but her distrust was palpable. A constant reminder of the shadows that clung to his family name despite his own choices. Before either could speak again, a soft hissing emanated from the grimoire. The silver S on its cover began to uncoil, transforming into a miniature serpent that slithered across the basilisk hide binding. Both professors raised their wands instinctively, but the serpent merely lifted its head and spoke in a language that Orion understood despite never having learned it. "The heir of darkness approaches. The guardian must arise." "What did it say?" Morgana demanded, moving to stand beside him, her initial wariness temporarily forgotten in the face of this new mystery. "I don't know," Orion lied, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. The parcel-tongue had come to him as naturally as breathing, a shameful gift from a bloodline tainted by dark allegiances. In the days that followed, a delegation of ministry experts descended upon Hogwarts. The grimoire was moved to the headmaster's tower under heavy magical guard, its study restricted to those with the highest security clearances. But the discovery had already triggered something within the castle's ancient magic. Shadow creatures stalked the corridors after sunset, not ghosts or poltergeists, but manifestations of pure magical darkness that seemed to seep from the very stones. Portraits reported whispered conversations in forgotten languages. The grand staircase rearranged itself into configurations not seen since the founders' time. Orion's left forearm burned constantly now, the intricate pattern of interlocking serpents that had been forcibly tattooed there in his youth, pulsing in rhythm with distant magic he could feel but not locate. Sleep evaded him, replaced by fragmentary visions of a hooded figure and a whispered warning, "Guardian, awaken." It was during one such restless night, as he prowled the dungeons seeking distraction in the precise art of potion-making, that he encountered Morgana again. She stood before his private stores, her wand illuminating a particular shelf of rare ingredients. Breaking into a colleague's personal supplies, "Professor McGonagall?" he asked, allowing a hint of his family's legendary arrogance to color his tone. "How unexpectedly Slytherin of you." She didn't startle at his approach, a testament to her composure. "Basilisk scales," she said without preamble. "Freely given, not harvested from a corpse. The rarest potion ingredient in Britain, yet you possess a jar of them." Orion moved to stand beside her, regarding the iridescent scales that shimmered with an inner light. "A gift from a friend who has connections in India, where basilisks are venerated rather than slaughtered. Is there a point to this observation?" "The binding of Slytherin's grimoire," she said, turning to face him fully. "It's not ordinary basilisk hide. According to the ministry experts, it came from a basilisk that gave its skin willingly, a magical impossibility, unless the greatest parcel-mouth who ever lived had deeper connections to serpents than history records," Orion finished. You believe Salazar's relationship with basilisks wasn't one of master and monster. Something shifted in Morgana's expression, a reluctant acknowledgement of his insight. Under the shadow manifestations aren't attacking anyone, she said. They're searching, and I believe they're looking for someone with a connection to Salazar's true legacy, not the twisted version Death Eaters championed. Orion's hand moved unconsciously to his left forearm, a gesture Morgana didn't miss. "Show me," she demanded quietly. For a moment, he considered refusal. The mark had been his shame since he was 11 years old, forced upon him in a ritual by the remnants of Death Eaters who had raised him after his parents' imprisonment. But something in her steady gaze suggested not judgment, but understanding. Slowly, he rolled up his sleeve, revealing the intricate pattern of serpents that formed not the dark mark of Voldemort's followers, but something older, serpents arranged in a pattern identical to those on the grimoire's cover. "The Guardian's mark," Morgana whispered, recognition flaring in her eyes. "I've seen it before in my grandaunt's private research journals." She believed it predated Voldemort by centuries. "The zealots who raised me called it the Purifier's Mark," Orion said bitterly. "They claimed it would identify those worthy of surviving when Salazar's ultimate weapon was unleashed upon the unworthy." Morgana's fingers hovered above the mark, not quite touching his skin. They misunderstood its purpose, as they misunderstood everything about Salazar Slytherin. The headmaster's tower had been transformed into a research sanctum, ancient texts levitated in careful arrangements, their pages fluttering occasionally as if sighing with age. The grimoire sat at the center on a pedestal of silver and crystal, now unbound but still unopened, the serpent emblem watchful and waiting. Salazar Slytherin wasn't a blood purist, Morgana explained, as she and Orion circled the tightly controlled magical perimeter surrounding the book. That historical distortion began centuries after his departure from Hogwarts. He was a guardian, perhaps the guardian. The Ministry researchers had departed hours ago, frustrated by their inability to open the grimoire without potentially destroying its contents. Only Orion and Morgana remained, their unlikely alliance forged in the discovery of a shared purpose. "A guardian against what?" Orion asked, his eyes fixed on the serpent emblem that seemed to watch him expectantly. "The breach," Morgana replied, retrieving an ancient star chart from among the floating texts. "Every 1,000 years, the boundaries between our world and others grow thin. Dangerous entities seek entry." Salazar's specialty wasn't just serpents, but the magic of boundaries and containment. Understanding dawned on Orion with chilling clarity. "And the next breach approaches within our lifetime," she confirmed. "My grand-aunt suspected as much, but could never locate Salazar's grimoire to confirm her theory." The shadows in the corners of the room deepened, taking serpentine forms that drifted closer to Orion. His mark burned not with pain now, but with purpose. The mark isn't one of hatred, he realized aloud. It's one of responsibility. The serpents aren't symbols of purification, they're guardians of the threshold. Moving with sudden decision, he stepped through the magical perimeter surrounding the grimoire. Warnings flared and alarms sounded, but Morgana silenced them with a swift motion of her wand. "Are you certain?" she asked, not attempting to stop him, but ensuring he understood the weight of his choice. Orion placed his marked arm upon the grimoire's cover. "I've spent my life running from a legacy I thought was solely rooted in darkness. If there's a chance to reclaim that legacy, to transform it into protection rather than destruction, I have to try." The serpent emblem uncoiled at his touch, slithering around his wrist before sinking its silver fangs into his mark. not with violence, but with the gentleness of recognition. The grimoire opened, its pages filled not with dark spells, as legend claimed, but with ancient knowledge of boundaries, thresholds, and the delicate magic of keeping worlds separate but in balance. "Welcome, Guardian," the serpent hissed, its voice audible now to both of them. "The time of watching ends, the time of warding begins." Around them, Hogwarts Castle shifted and settled as if sighing with relief. The shadows retreated, their purpose fulfilled, and in the dungeons far below, the hidden chamber of Salazar Slytherin sealed itself once more, waiting for the day when the next Guardian would need to access its deeper secrets. Morgana's hand came to rest on Orion's shoulder, a gesture of solidarity that bridged centuries of misunderstanding. "It seems," she said with the ghost of a smile, "that we have work to do, Guardian Black." Orion closed his eyes, feeling the weight of centuries settling upon him, not as a burden, but as a mantle he had been unknowingly prepared to carry his entire life. "Indeed we do, Professor McGonagall, indeed we do." Story 5. The ancient stones of Hogwarts trembled as dawn broke over the Scottish Highlands. In the Great Hall, goblets of water froze and shattered without warning. Along the corridors, torches flared to dangerous heights, singeing the portraits that scrambled to escape their frames. Outside, the earth beneath the Quidditch pitch cracked open in jagged lines, while gale-force winds tore at the astronomy tower like invisible claws. The four elements, water, fire, earth, and air, were rebelling against the very magic that had held them in balance for 1,000 years. Helena Scamander stood at the edge of the Black Lake, watching its surface ripple and churn despite the absence of wind. Her slender fingers absently traced the curious birthmark on her wrist, 4 interlocking spirals that seemed to shimmer beneath her skin like liquid silver. The mark had plagued her since childhood, burning whenever she found herself overwhelmed by emotion, cooling when she achieved rare moments of perfect inner peace. Now it pulsed with an urgency she could no longer ignore. "It's calling to you, isn't it?" The voice behind her belonged to Headmistress Minerva McGonagall, her emerald robes billowing as she approached. The ancient witch's face was etched with new lines of worry. "The castle, the elements. They recognize what you are, even if you've spent your life denying it." Helena squared her shoulders, her wild auburn hair catching the morning light like copper flame. "I didn't come back to claim some mythical destiny, Headmistress. I'm here to assist Professor Hagrid with his classes, nothing more." McGonagall's eyes, sharp as ever despite her advanced years, narrowed slightly. "We both know that's not true, Miss Scamander. Your grandfather Newt suspected what you were from the moment you calmed that Thunderbird as a child. The first elementalist born in a millennium doesn't simply ignore her calling, particularly not when the 4 relics have awakened." The mention of the relics sent a jolt through Helena's birthmark. Hufflepuff's cup of water, Gryffindor's sword of fire, Ravenclaw's diadem of air, and Slytherin's locket of earth. 4 artifacts, each imbued with elemental power by the founders themselves, now stirring from their long dormancy. "I haven't mastered even one element," Helena whispered, her voice catching. "How could I possibly—" Her words died as the lake before them suddenly surged upward, forming a perfect column of water that twisted like a serpent seeking prey. Without thinking, Helena extended her hand. The water column froze mid-motion, then gently collapsed back into the lake with barely a splash. McGonagall's expression softened. "I believe you'll find that mastery comes more naturally than you expect." The castle's elemental disturbances worsened over the following weeks. In the dungeons, pipes burst without warning, flooding the Slytherin common room with water that behaved unnaturally, forming shapes before collapsing. In the Gryffindor Tower, fireplaces erupted with flames that took the form of ancient warriors before dissipating. Ravenclaws reported strange winds that whispered forgotten knowledge in their ears as they slept, while Hufflepuff students found plants in their greenhouse growing at impossible speeds, forming protective barriers around certain corners of the castle. Helena worked tirelessly to contain these manifestations, moving through the castle with quiet determination. Students whispered about the mysterious new assistant professor who could calm the raging elements with nothing but a gesture, whose eyes sometimes reflected the very magic she commanded, blue as deepest water, red as brightest flame, green as richest earth, or silver as purest air. It was after particularly violent eruption of earth in the courtyard that Helena first encountered Magnus Flamel. The ancient alchemist appeared suddenly at her side as she knelt, pressing her palms against the cracked stones to coax them back into place. "Impressive control," he murmured, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. His appearance was deceptively youthful. Only his eyes, amber and flecked with gold, betrayed his true age. But you're fighting the symptoms rather than addressing the cause." Helena rose slowly, studying the stranger. "And you would know the cause, I suppose." "I've served Hogwarts since its founding, Miss Scamander. I was here when Helga Hufflepuff enchanted her cup to hold the secrets of water magic. I watched Godric Gryffindor forge his sword in dragonfire. I assisted Rowena Ravenclaw as she bound the winds to her diadem. And yes, I stood witness as Salazar Slytherin imbued his locket with the steadfast power of earth." His eyes glinted. "The relics were meant to remain in balance, one never dominating the others. But something has disrupted that harmony." "The Horcruxes," Helena breathed, the realization striking her like lightning. "When Voldemort created his Horcruxes and they were subsequently destroyed." Magnus nodded grimly. "Dark magic of that magnitude leaves scars upon the very fabric of reality. The cup and the locket were both violated, used as vessels for soul fragments. Their destruction, while necessary, left the elemental balance shattered. Now, the remaining relics respond to that imbalance, calling for restoration." He studied her birthmark. "A calling for you." In the room of requirement, transformed now into a chamber with 4 alcoves representing the elements, Helena began her true training. Under Magnus's guidance, she learned to call forth each element in turn. Water answered first, eager and fluid, forming shapes of remarkable complexity at her command. Fire proved more temperamental, requiring not just will, but passion to bend to her desires. Earth offered steady resistance before yielding, teaching her patience and persistence. Air remained the most elusive, responding fully only in moments of perfect clarity. Meanwhile, the relics had been gathered. Hufflepuff's cup from the Hogwarts trophy room, Gryffindor's sword from the headmistress's office, Ravenclaw's diadem from a hidden chamber behind the library, and Slytherin's locket from the Department of Mysteries. Each glowed with increasing intensity as Helena's powers grew, resonating with her proximity. "The celestial alignment approaches," Magnus announced one evening, consulting an ancient astronomical chart. "When the stars align as they did when Hogwarts was founded, you must bring the relics together and channel their power through yourself. Only then can the elemental balance be restored." Helena stared at the 4 artifacts, each beautiful and terrible in its power. "And what happens to me when I channel that much elemental energy?" Magnus's silence answered more clearly than words ever could. "I see," she said softly. "Either I sacrifice my connection to the elements, or risk becoming a vessel for power no mortal was meant to contain." Magnus confirmed. The last elementalist who attempted to harness all four relics simultaneously became something neither human nor elemental, a being of pure magical energy, unable to interact with the physical world, yet bound to it for eternity. Helena thought of her grandfather Newt, who had recognized her gift and taught her to love magical creatures, of her parents, who despite their fear had supported her journey, of the students at Hogwarts who deserved to learn in safety. "Then I have no choice," she said. The night of the alignment brought an elemental storm unlike any Hogwarts had ever witnessed. Rain fell upward from the ground to the sky. Fires burned in perfect rings around the castle. The earth shifted continuously, rearranging the very landscape. Winds howled in harmonies that sounded almost like human voices singing in forgotten tongues. In the Great Hall, emptied of tables and students, Helena stood at the center of a ritual circle. The four house ghosts, the Grey Lady, the Bloody Baron, nearly headless Nick, and the Fat Friar hovered at the cardinal points, their spectral forms more solid than anyone had ever seen them. They were there at the founding, Magnus explained, placing each relic at the feet of its corresponding ghost. They remember the original balance. Helena wore simple white robes, her feet bare against the cold stone. Her birthmark glowed now with undisguised power, the four spirals shifting and moving like living things beneath her skin. Around her neck hung a crystal pendant, a gift from Magnus, designed to either contain the excess energy or provide a different kind of mercy, should the power prove too much. As the moon reached its zenith, visible through the enchanted ceiling, despite the elemental chaos, Helena raised her arms. "I am Helena Scamander," she called, her voice carrying an authority that silenced even the howling winds. "Descendant of creatures and their protectors, I stand as mediator between the world of magic and the primal forces that sustain it." The relics began to float, circling her like planets around a sun. Water from the cup spiraled around her left arm. Fire from the sword engulfed her right. Earth from the locket rooted her feet to the ground. Air from the diadem created a swirling crown above her head. Pain lanced through her as the elements fought for dominance within her mortal frame. Visions assaulted her mind, the founders arguing over their legacies, Voldemort's desecration of the sacred relics, the cosmic web of magic straining against the damage. She saw two possible futures, herself as an eternal guardian, neither living nor dead, or the elements balanced once more, but her own connection to them severed forever. As consciousness began to slip away, Helena made her choice, not power, not even continued connection to the elements she had come to love. Instead, she focused on balance, the harmony between opposing forces that made all magic possible. The crystal at her throat shattered as it absorbed the excess energy. The four elements, for a single perfect moment, existed in absolute equilibrium within and around her. Then, with a gesture of release, Helena sent them back to their relics, but transformed, purified of the taint that had unbalanced them, reconnected to each other in patterns that could not be broken. The storm outside ceased. The hall fell silent. The relics drifted gently back to their places before the ghosts, their glow now steady rather than erratic. Helena collapsed to her knees, expecting emptiness, the loss of her elemental connection. Instead, she felt balance within herself, within the castle, within the world. Magnus helped her to her feet, something like awe in his ancient eyes. "You didn't choose either extreme," he marveled. You chose the middle path. I am my grandfather's granddaughter," she said, a tired smile touching her lips. "He always taught me that nature abhors absolute solutions." In the days that followed, the elemental disturbances ceased. The 4 relics were returned to places of honor in their respective houses, no longer artifacts of mere historical significance, but living symbols of the balance that sustained Hogwarts. And Helena Scamander, no longer burdened by uncontrolled power, nor elevated to inhuman status, took her place among the professors of Hogwarts. Her connection to the elements remained, tempered now by wisdom rather than constrained by fear. Sometimes, students would catch sight of her birthmark glowing softly as she worked with particularly magical creatures, the 4 spirals moving in perfect, eternal harmony. In the highest tower, Magnus Flamel recorded the events in the secret history of Hogwarts, a book read only by those who served as the school's hidden guardians. Under Helena's name, he wrote simply, "The elementalist who chose balance over power, and in doing so, saved us all." Story 6. The stars above Hogwarts never lied. They whispered ancient truths to those patient enough to listen, their silver light cutting through darkness with the precision of a well-cast spell. For 7 years, Cassiopeia Evernight had devoted herself to their celestial language, spending countless nights atop the astronomy tower while her fellow students slumbered beneath enchanted ceilings. Tonight was different. The 7th-year Ravenclaw stood motionless, her breath forming delicate clouds in the winter air as her enchanted telescope revealed what no astronomy text had ever documented. Above the ancient castle, stars were moving, not in their eternal, predictable patterns, but with deliberate purpose, forming a constellation unknown to any chart. "Impossible," she whispered, her voice carried away by the wind that swept across the tower's weathered stone. The stars shimmered in response, as if acknowledging her witness to their secret gathering. Professor Sinistra had long ago recognized Cassiopeia's exceptional talent, granting her unrestricted access to the tower. "The stars speak differently to you, Miss Evernight," the professor had once remarked. It would be folly to restrict their conversation. As the final star slid into position, completing the mysterious pattern, a beam of silvery light shot from the constellation's center, striking the grounds far below. Cassiopeia leaned over the parapet, her eyes widening as the beam illuminated a structure that had never existed before. A towering observatory of gleaming silver and midnight blue stone, crowned with a crystal dome that refracted starlight into 1,000 fractured rainbows. The Celestial Observatory. Its existence had been relegated to myth, a footnote in Hogwarts, a history that scholars dismissed as fanciful embellishment. Yet there it stood, summoned by the stars themselves. Dawn found Cassiopeia before the observatory's towering doors, their surface etched with astronomical symbols that shifted and realigned with each passing second. Her fingers traced a constellation, her namesake, and the doors silently parted. "I expected you sooner," came a voice from the shadows. A tall figure emerged, silver-streaked hair cascading over robes woven with threads that captured and reflected starlight. His face bore the weathered lines of one who had witnessed countless celestial cycles, yet his eyes held the vibrant intensity of cosmic fire. "Professor Arcturus," Cassiopeia said, recognizing the reclusive figure students glimpsed only during the rarest astronomical events. Rumors painted him as everything from a fallen wizard seeking redemption to a celestial being trapped in human form. "You saw the convergence forming," he stated, no question in his tone. "Few have your gift, Miss Evernight. Fewer still would understand its significance." The observatory's interior defied the laws of both physics and magic. The space stretched impossibly upward, its walls lined with ancient texts and artifacts. At its center stood an elaborate orrery, planets and stars moving in perfect synchronization with their celestial counterparts, though no mechanism drove them. The millennial alignment approaches, Arcturus continued, gesturing toward the orrery, where a particular configuration glowed with increasing intensity. Once every 1,000 years, the cosmic veil thins, and the pathway between the terrestrial and celestial realms opens. Over the following weeks, Cassiopeia divided her time between classes and the observatory, learning truths no textbook contained. Arcturus revealed the history of the stellar guardians, ancient beings who once protected the magical world from cosmic threats, serving as intermediaries between earthly magic and celestial power. Their existence was forgotten, he explained one evening as they charted the advancing alignment, when humans began to believe they had mastered magic themselves. Cassiopeia absorbed his teachings with growing unease. Arcturus spoke with reverence of the guardians, but tensed visibly when discussing the approaching portal. Something remained unspoken, hidden behind his carefully measured words. The answer came unexpectedly, through a journal concealed within the observatory's vast library, the leather-bound volume, its pages filled with elegant script and intricate celestial diagrams, bore the name Nebula Stellaris. "My brother believes containment is the only solution," one passage read. "He fails to understand that celestial power seeks expression, not imprisonment. The stars chose me as their vessel. Through me, they will reclaim their rightful influence over magical destiny." When confronted, Arcturus's composure cracked. "She was my twin," he confessed, pain etching deeper lines into his weathered face. "We discovered the observatory together as students, learned its secrets side by side, but while I sought to understand stellar magic, Nebula desired to possess it." The truth unfolded like a cosmic tapestry. During the previous alignment, Nebula had attempted to channel the full power of the portal, believing herself worthy to become a living stellar guardian. The power had corrupted her, transforming her into something neither human nor guardian, a cosmic force bent on channeling celestial energy to extinguish terrestrial magic that she now viewed as a pale, unworthy imitation. "I couldn't destroy my own sister," Arcturus whispered. "And instead, I bound her essence to the stars themselves, using the portal to scatter her consciousness across the heavens. For 1,000 years, I have maintained the enchantment, preventing her from reforming." The convergence, Cassiopeia realized. It's not just an alignment, it's her, gathering herself. Arcturus nodded grimly. "When the portal opens, I must renew the binding spell. It requires a sacrifice, a portion of my own life force. I've endured 9 centuries through magic and sheer will, but this will likely be my final binding. And after that, when you're gone and the next alignment comes." His silence provided the chilling answer. Without a guardian, Nebula would return unchallenged. In the weeks that followed, Cassiopeia immersed herself in celestial magic under Arcturus's guidance. She learned to read the language of stars, to channel their energy through specially crafted crystal prisms, to understand the delicate balance between cosmic and terrestrial power. "There must be another way," she insisted during their lessons, not just postponing the inevitable, but resolving it. The answer came 3 nights before the alignment, as Cassiopeia studied the original binding spell. "And balance," she murmured, tracing the intricate formula. "All magic seeks balance." On the night of the alignment, the observatory's crystal dome opened fully to the heavens. The convergence blazed overhead, its pattern now unmistakably resembling a woman reaching toward Earth with grasping hands of light. "It's time," Arcturus said, his voice weaker than Cassiopeia had ever heard it. The centuries of previous bindings had taken their toll. He stood at the central dais like a tree long hollowed by time, maintained only by stubborn roots. As the stars reached perfect alignment, the orrery's movements accelerated, and a column of pure starlight descended through the dome, striking the center of the observatory floor. Within the light, a figure began to form, a woman of cosmic radiance, her features a more feminine reflection of Arcturus himself. "Brother," came a voice like distant stellar explosions, "have you brought another sacrifice to maintain my prison?" Arcturus stepped forward. "This ends tonight, Nebula." Before he could begin the binding ritual, Cassiopeia moved to his side. "Professor, wait." The original spell was flawed. It sought dominance, not harmony. She raised her wand alongside his, but altered the incantation. Where his version would have drawn the cosmic energy into a binding constraint, hers created a circuit, a continuous flow between stellar and terrestrial magic. "Celestial power cannot be contained," she called to the forming apparition, "but neither can it exist in isolation. You sought to become a guardian without understanding their true purpose, not to control magic, but to connect realms." The modified spell took effect as the alignment reached its zenith. Instead of scattering Nebula's essence back to the stars, it stabilized her form while anchoring her to the cosmic current. The overwhelming power that had corrupted her now flowed through her rather than concentrating within. Arcturus, understanding Cassiopeia's innovation, adjusted his own casting. Together, they reshaped the ancient magic, transforming the binding into a balancing. When the light finally faded, Nebula stood before them, still radiant with stellar energy but tempered, her consciousness restored to something closer to human. The madness had receded from her eyes, replaced by wonder and the first glimmer of remorse. "1,000 years," she whispered. "And what have I become?" "A true stellar guardian," Cassiopeia answered, "not by consuming cosmic power, but by channeling it properly." As dawn broke over Hogwarts, 3 figures stood atop the celestial observatory. The alignment had passed, but the observatory remained, now a permanent bridge between realms. The stellar patterns above shifted into their normal configurations, but with a new brightness that sharp-eyed astronomers across the world would soon notice and struggle to explain. "The stars have always been there," Arcturus said, looking younger somehow. A portion of his burden lifted, but for centuries, their full light couldn't reach us. Cassiopeia nodded, understanding that her studies had only just begun. The convergence had revealed not an ending, but a beginning, a new chapter in the ancient relationship between earth and sky, between the magic that flowed through wizarding veins and the cosmic power that had first inspired it. "Different magics," Nebula added, her voice still carrying echoes of starfire, but part of the same spell. Above them, the stars continued their eternal dance, their secrets now open to those who understood that the greatest magic lies not in power contained, but in connections formed between stars and earth, between past and future, between those with the wisdom to listen when the cosmos speaks.